and boating strategy. So some background. The boating strategy was prepared back in 2011 for the Shire and the City of Busselton through Cape Rock at the time, and we used a locally based consultant, Shore Coastal, and the study was about addressing recreational boating needs into the future. So that includes jetties and boat ramps for launching and retrieving boats, parking for boat trailers, navigation aids and all sorts of supporting infrastructure like rigging bays, potentially toilets, pathways, stairs, whatever else is needed to get to the beach. The study is 12 years old and due for renewal, and we did seek recreational boating facilities scheme grant funding a couple of times, and both times were unsuccessful. So in the end, we just decided to go ahead on our own and just review the Shire of Augusta Margaret River component of the project and re-engage the same consultant. So what's happened since 2011? One of the main reasons is the significant changes that have occurred are driving the review. The Augusta Boat Harbour was constructed and opened around 2014, and immediately when that happened, the Flinders Bay boat ramp was closed. We've also more recently closed the beach launching area at dead finish because of hooded plover habitat on the beach. To allow boat launching access to the beach at that point meant there was pretty much unrestricted vehicle access to the beach, and unfortunately on a number of occasions vehicles are driven straight over the plover nesting sites, so that's now been blocked off with rocks and a gate. At Ellis Street, as a result of the previous study, we applied for grant funding and were successful and were able to install the floating jetty and to construct 20 formal boat trailer parking bays nearby. And we've also been able to get improved navigation aids at Gracetown. There's still a proposal with the Department for improved aids at Narrabut, but that hasn't yet got their funding. And like with my previous presentation, with the increase in population in tourism, then the demand for boat launching is increasing, and there's only 4 ramps on the entire west coast at Canal Rocks, Gracetown, Narrabut and Hamlin Bay, and the most northern and southern of those are under the control of DBCA, and the Shire has the 2 central ramps at Gracetown and Narrabut, with a combined total of 42 boat trailer bays at those sites. A couple of years ago, the Department of Transport released a desktop planning study for boating facilities in the southwest region, and they had some recommendations which I'll come to in a minute. The original report was prepared in 2020 and then updated in 2021. And I don't know why this happened. The only changes were the recommendations that they made, which impacted on what they wanted to do in our Shire. But they reviewed population growth and they have access to their own database of boating registrations, and they showed that there's been a 30% increase in boating registrations in the Shire since 2010. And when you calculate out the figures, it turns out there's about 1 boat housed at every 5.5 dwellings within the Shire, so it's a really popular activity. And what this has done here and in Busselton and most other places on the coast is indicated there's a shortfall of ramps, but particularly along the west coast, as I said, where there's only the 4 and there's a very limited amount of parking. The major recommendations of that, which was only a desktop study, was that a new facility should be provided in the Shire, but they didn't say where. They left that completely open, and I'll come back to that in a minute. And they recommended that an additional ramp lane be provided in Augusta. And in their earlier draft, that was at the Ellis Street jetty, so on the other side of the floating jetty. So that has implications for the plan we're currently preparing for that precinct. Yeah. And we potentially believe that The other boat ramp in Augusta at Irwin Street, just about a kilometre away, is a better option. There's already a concrete ramp there but no jetty, and there's a lot of informal parking, so it may be better spreading the demand over the two sites and upgrading facilities at that site, but that's something we can look into.
Sorry, but that's just a river ramp.
Yes.
That can't get you to the ocean necessarily.
No. So we re-engaged the consultant last year. He worked through a process of conducting inspections of all the facilities and assessing them against a checklist, reviewing the Department of Transport study and looking a bit deeper into the calculations of boating demand and looking at the previous study and any other changes to standards that have occurred in the meantime. And he looked at refining the estimates of demand, but we haven't conducted any surveys of how many users there are on particular days and where those people come from, which means our estimates of how many people might need to launch in the future are fairly rubbery and based on sort of rules of thumb that the Department of Transport have provided, rather than more accurate estimates based on what's actually happening. So we don't have a good handle on how many people are locals versus how many are people from surrounding areas, or how many are people holidaying down here who have brought their boat with them.
David, sorry, can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Why is the vehicle registration limited to less than 7.5 metres? Because I don't know about you, but there's a lot of big boats out there. I just wonder why have they stuck with that figure? What's the rationale?
I'm not sure about why they've done that. I think that's what they would normally classify as a recreational vessel. And there may be larger vessels that are still being launched, but they're probably a small percentage compared to these. Yeah. So I can follow that up.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to get that data, because I think, I don't know, it appears that there's been a significant growth in the acquisition of boats over 7.5 metres from, no?
No,
I see it in Augusta, I don't know.
There are some big boats around, but the majority of them, 90% of them will be under 7.5 metres. Yeah, because you can't get them in the water, not at Grosstown anyway.
Yeah. Thanks.
We can see by looking at the graph the historical trend in boating registrations within the Shire, which is quite slow growth, and there are projections based on median growth rate of 4% and the current growth rate of 7%, and over a period of time that makes a huge difference in how many boats might be registered within the Shire, and therefore we have a significant issue in providing launching facilities that are able to meet that demand. This is just a chart from the report listing the facilities that we do have. So just in case you're not familiar, there's just a single ramp at Gracetown and a single ramp at Narrabut. Both have finger jetties. The boat harbour, which is not under our control, has 4 ramps and 2 jetties. There's a small ramp at the Colour Patch, which is still used for launching, but mostly kayaks and smaller craft. At Ella Street, where we've undertaken the upgrading works, a single ramp. At Irwin Street, a lower standard single ramp. Further upstream, Fisher Road near the Malloy Island, there's a single gravel ramp. It's probably not used very often. At Alexander Bridge, there's a ramp which we've previously discussed in relation to the management plan for Alexandra Bridge in wanting to move that to the other side of the current public access area to minimise conflict between people swimming and people boating. And there's one ramp at East Augusta. Parking, as I said, there's only the 42 bays combined at Gracetown and Narrabut. Augusta Boat Harbour has a much greater supply of parking, and then there's another 50 unsealed bays which are currently fenced off. At some point, should demand continue and increase, we would imagine the department would seal those as well. So they have a combined total of 137 bays, and I understand with the four ramps and that much parking, it attracts people from as far away as Dunsborough because they're able to launch and retrieve without significant delays. There's only the 10 unsealed bays at the Colour Patch, which are across the road in an informal parking area. The 20 formal ones at Ella Street, but there's informal areas where another 10 trailers can be parked. Irwin Street, informally around 15. Fisher Road is not so much an issue, but it is constrained in terms of the cleared area. Alexander Bridge is constrained by the caravan park and only has the 10. And East Augusta, which is probably not attracting much in the way of launching other than by East Augusta residents, because it's a long trip along gravel road to get there. So just in summarising, that other than at the Augusta Boat Harbour, boat trailer parking is very limited at all sites, and this is an ongoing issue. And as well as there being conflict between users in the water, there's also increasing demand for other activities. So down at Narrabeen, we have people parking their cars in the boat trailer bays. A few years back, with the Department of Transport's consent, we allowed parking after noon each day on the basis that it's usually windy by then and boating activity has dropped right off. We're looking now at also allowing parking in some of the trailer bays during the demersal fishing ban, because demand for boat trailer parking is very low in that period. So that could potentially come in when the demersal fishing ban starts again in February after the school holidays. So there's a great sentence in the report that I cut and pasted there, talking about the challenges due to the high demand, site constraints, and the ability to meet demand. The consultants lived locally and went out to Narrabeen and Gracetown at a good boating day in January this year and observed 70 boat trailers where there's capacity for way less than that. So you can see all of the cars and boat trailers along Quarramup Bay Road, which is not a particularly safe arrangement. Plus there's people parked in the bush around North Point. So it's just indicating how significant the problem can be. However, we don't have statistics for our own facilities, but the consultant had access to Department of Transport data for a boat harbour in Albany, where there's only 6 days of the year where there's really excessive boat trailer parking demand, and 98% of the time demand is able to be managed, and it's just the days around Easter and Christmas when it's perfect boating weather and there's no demersal fishing ban that everybody wants to go out, and there's a bit of a problem. So whilst we would want to provide more parking if we can, we don't want to be excessive in providing facilities that are not used a lot of the time, because people don't go boating all year round, and even when the weather's fine, if there's a demersal fishing ban, then they're not necessarily out either.
Sorry. David, yes.
David, just wondering whether it is feasible for the Shire to put in some sort of management on, at times like this when we can foresee that there's going to be significant parking issues. Because obviously we have issues with pedestrians and boat trailers, etc., mixing. So whether there's some sort of management plan that we have or could implement to deal with those days, because they are just few and far between, but we need to do something surely. Yeah,
it's something that I probably should have mentioned in the previous discussion about the Narrabeen access, is the possibility of using Narrabeen Oval as a overflow car park. There's a whole lot of management issues to resolve about how that would work, what hours it's available, the damage to the surface itself, and whether there's conflict with other users, and whether people are going to park there and how they then get safely across to the beach, etc. But that would be something that could reduce the demand and create less conflict with boat trailer parking at the Narrabeen site anyway.
Yeah, I was just looking at that picture that you had of the Gracetown deal and thinking, what, you know, actually driving down there on that day in January, and there were people everywhere. It was like scary. But just wondering whether there was some sort of traffic management we could put in or something.
Yeah, it's something we could potentially look at, having a traffic management plan that could be implemented on days when there's excessive demand, and you might be able to predict those. Same thing applies sometimes when there's really great surf and we get lots of people coming down and parking all over the place.
Yeah, I think that's a good point you've raised. Sorry, Tracy. Yeah, did you want to?
No, I'm just interested because if we think about the Capes Coast, it's predominantly managed by DBCA, and in fact we have got, you know, Gracetown and Narrabeen. We're managing the only areas, I guess, where our coastal reserves are, and we've already got boat ramps there. So to my mind, I think DBCA should be looking at where they're going to be putting potentially further existing sites or low-key type access points, rather than us spending money on it.
Okay, I'll come back to that in a summary from the consultant's recommendations. What he suggested is we actually conduct surveys during peak periods, which we'll endeavour to arrange for this coming summer to get a better idea of the level of demand and then also where people are coming from. The surveys they've conducted elsewhere have determined, probably by asking the people as they launch, or maybe just taking the registration of the boat and being able to access the department's database to see where that's registered to. So then you get an idea of how much is local, how much is visitor, and how much is coming from surrounding areas. Obviously, to investigate options, and that might be for sealing the verges on Corrimup Bay Road potentially, and similarly on Warcliffe Road, but then we would have to consider the safety implications of doing that and the environmental impacts, whether vegetation needs to be removed and whether we would ever get a clearing permit if that was to go ahead. Consultant also recommended some improved marine safety signage, which we can liaise with the Department of Transport about, and also investigating ways to reduce conflicts with other users, and by that he means both Gracetown and Narrabeen, and to a lesser extent on the Blackwood River and Augusta there's conflict between boats and people undertaking other activities like swimming and kayaking and potentially windsurfing. So he thought there might be some scope for navigational markers to more clearly define where boats are approaching the ramps and that people should stay away from, and vice versa, that boats should stay out of swimming areas, and that's something we can again talk to the Department of Transport about. He read and commented on the reserve management plans for both Gracetown and Narrabeen, and there are a few things in there which he recommended we go ahead with that haven't yet been implemented, like blocking access for vehicles to the beach at Gracetown, as they often drive in there, and that would keep them away from the ramp, which would be a safer situation. There's a number of minor improvements recommended to the jetties and boat ramps, things to do with fenders and lighting, etc., which we can pursue, which are not particularly high cost. And then some of the bigger items are looking into the options for an additional boat ramp lane at either Ellis Street and or Irwin Street in Augusta. And one of the advantages of having a strategy like this is that's viewed more favourably by the Department of Transport when we're applying for grant funding, particularly if they've had some input to the strategy and have effectively signed off on it. And then the big one would be to consult further with the Department of Transport regarding this new boating facility at a yet to be determined location within the Shire. The consultants commented that the only sites he's aware of that have previously been discussed have been what's called Narrabeen North, which is between Narrabeen and Rifle Butts, which I suspect will never go ahead for environmental reasons. And the only other one is at Kilcarnup, which is in the National Park, and that's DBCA tenure. But if the department was to say that was the site was feasible, the same thing that happened in Augusta would happen here, in that the land's excised from the National Park and then the reserves dedicated to the Department of Transport, if that was to go ahead. But we're talking about a multi-million dollar facility. The Augusta Boat Harbour was $25 million, so you're probably talking about something of the same order, and we don't know what their appetite is for funding something like this, or where it would sit in the statewide priorities for boat harbours. You know, they're building others at various locations around the state. That's all I had, so happy to take questions.
Yeah, councillor Earl?
Being that I use a few of these ramps, but not the Narrabeen one, because it's bloody terrible. I'd say I think those boat ramps, as you would know on a big day, they're completely at capacity, because you just got to add up the hours that you've got available. So some people say Greystown will probably go in the water at 4 o'clock in the morning to go fishing on the Demersals Day. They'll be trying to do that this Saturday. But you can probably still only, in that first hour, launch about 8 boats, because it still takes a little bit of time to get them out and put your car back up in the car park. Maybe a little bit quicker for some. But as the boat ramp fills and as you start to see them out on the road, the capacity to launch boats drops back to 5 or 6 an hour, because it takes them, park the boat, go up and park your car and get back and do all that. So, you know, the fact that there were 70 boats out there, you then got to get them all out of the water, and they start coming out at the same time. So, I personally wouldn't be in favour of finding any more parking pays for them. Once it's full, and people just have to go away with their boats. My comment about, and just anecdotally, is that going to Gracetown, I suspect half of those boats are coming out of Bustleton. You know, some during the season will be locals and people who are come down on holidays and bought their boats. But if I'm usually up at pretty early in the morning, wander up to get the paper out of town, and the amount of boats coming south into Quarram at that time of morning is pretty horrific. So they're all out of Bustleton, because it's a long way to go fishing out of Bustleton, so it's quicker for them to come to Gracetown and perhaps go north or south and go and catch some fish. And on the other one is the only other place on this coast where you can put a boat ramp is probably at the end of Georgette or Nada there, and clearly that's got some issues, because to try and put it back in at Kilcarnup, you've got $1 million road at a minimum to get in there for what, and then you have to blow up some reef to get it all in, and it's a very narrow passage to get in. We'll end up with boats stuck on that all the time. So I don't see that. It's the only other option on this coast is in Beverley somewhere, and that's probably not an option. So I think we're probably stuck with what we've got. People, it'll get to the point where people like me won't be going out at all in the demersal season, because now that they've decided that they've done it scientifically and they're doing it during school holidays.
Councillors, we've got 2 minutes until we're meant to be in there for lunch with our Gracetown people. So is there any other final questions? No comments? Thank you very much, David, for that.
Thank you.
Pas de soleil, pas de soleil, pas de soleil, da-da-da. Pas de soleil, pas de soleil, pas de soleil, da-da-da.
Kaya, I wish to declare the meeting open at 5:30. Kaya Kwaba Kiji Kinang Nunga Yagara Yaranga Wadani Buja. Hello, good to see you all together on Wadani Buja. Nalak Kadij Wadandi Yangadali Wadandi Buja. Nala Jenny Bidiwa Wato Yalyara. Item 2 on the agenda is attendance, and we have approved leave and apologies from the Manager of Legal and Governance Services, Mr Ian McLeod, and approved leave of absence from Councillor Christofanini, who's still overseas. Item 3, disclosures of interest, and I have received 2 written disclosures of interest, 2 financial interest disclosures on 11.2.1, one from Councillor Muir and also from Councillor Earl. Item 4, public questions. Item 4.1 is the response to the previous public questions taken on notice, and we have that there on the screen, councillors, and will be published in the minutes. Item 4.2 is public question time. I have one prior notice of public question from Lorna Alcorn. Lorna, if you could come up, please. And if you could please put the microphone on and state your name and address before you commence. Thank you.
Evening, councillors. My name is Lorna Alcorn and I'm from Carrydale. These questions pertain to the issues of compliance and non-compliance and the Planning Department's platform to address non-compliance effectively. And this is in relation to an application P222182 Woodworking Factory Industry, Caves Road, Carrydale. This application was given by the Planning Department on the 23rd of November 2023, 1 year to comply with conditions before approval was made. Why has there been, during this year, ongoing noise from an Alaskan mill and lengthy chainsawing of logs and timbers? This activity was not included by the Shire to be utilised and was not included as an activity in the original application submitted by applicant, yet noise has been ongoing. Several calls and texts to Shire planners with no outcome, 2 formal letters to compliance officers, and yet the noise still continued. Why, when promised, did the Shire not set up noise monitoring equipment after my complaints? Why is the noise from the heavy vehicles allowed to continue, yet original application on last point of the applicant's proposal for business stated clearly, no heavy vehicles are required? This is non-compliance. Yet nothing has been done. Why has the mill processing logs and timbers been allowed to continue with its invasive noise not been addressed? Even with submissions from me of noise reports clearly demonstrating noise times and type. Both the Alaskan mill and the heavy vehicles shown as a major contributor to the noise. This is non-compliance. Why have I been reduced to being the policeman monitoring this applicant's proposal, gathering noise charts, photos, videos, sound recordings? I have been threatened, verbally abused, assaulted, made a victim of retaliation by the manufacturers of the neighbours' noise machines. Does this make the Shire administration complicit to abuse through its inaction? Do I have to take this issue further to the Administrative Executor, Nick Logan, or the Director, Ms. Mel Stevens, or look towards legal action? Plans and specifications received by the planning sets out clear guidelines to comply, and point 4 on this guideline makes it clear the use of the chainsaw mill was not permitted, yet compliance officers unable to implement. The noise from this has had a negative effect on my accommodation, guests, and the quality of my life. What confidence do I have that any decision by this council will be adhered to when this applicant has not complied with the conditions creating the major noise issue that I first made complaints to the Health Department, Brad Roberts, back in November the 10th, 2021, and to Compliance Officer Tess Ashworth in November 29th, 2021.
Sorry to interrupt, Lorna. We just have clear guidelines on a question or a deputation, and it's sounding a bit like a deputation.
Well, I've got a few questions, but the question is, why is this not happening? Why is the compliance? And I'm getting to
Okay.
why,
So if you could just conclude with the question,
Okay.
and
Well, the question
and then
is,
we'll consider it. Thank you.
I've been dealing with this for 3 years.
Yep. Okay.
With complaints, letters, phone calls, photos, all the rest, and it still is continuing. And
Okay.
the compliance officers are unable to do their job at stopping this noise.
Okay. Thanks, Lorna. I'll just refer your question to Mr. Cuthbert, who will be able to respond. It's an operational matter, so thank you, Mr. Cuthbert.
No worries. Hi, Lorna. We haven't met, but the planning and compliance team, I'm responsible for those areas in the Shire. And it's quite common that you wouldn't know exactly what actions we are taking. We don't tend to communicate that widely because we deal directly with the offending party. I can say that they have been penalised financially for the breaches that we have identified. If things aren't made right in the terms that we've put to your neighbour, then we will obviously need to take further action, which brings us to prosecution, which can be a lengthy process, I have to say. As an aside from that, as you know, your neighbour only has a 1-year approval, and they have applied to extend that. We have or are about to ask for neighbours' feedback as to whether that should be extended. The period for that closes in January, and we'll be making a decision sometime after that. So in summary, there is action being undertaken. I appreciate it. It's perhaps not as timely as you'd like it to be, but these things do take time, particularly where someone's determined not to follow the rules.
Can I ask one question then before I go? No? Okay.
Not really,
All right,
sorry.
fine. I'll do it with the submissions to the...
Yeah, I encourage you to, absolutely,
Okay.
participate in that consultation process.
Yeah. Thanks, councillors.
Thank you, Lorna. Thank you. Are there any further questions from the public? Nope. Okay. The next item is item 5, applications for leave of absence, and I have one from Councillor Tracy Muir for the OCM on the 24th of January. Councillors, could I have someone to move that motion, please, that we accept that? Councillor Binks and Councillor Earl. All those in favour, please raise your hands. We're not using the... Yep, thank you. That's 7-0, carried unanimously. Item 6 on the agenda is the confirmation of minutes from the previous meeting. So we have the OCM minutes from the 22nd of November. Are there any questions in regards to this item? Could I have a councillor to move that motion, please? Councillor Earl and Councillor Muir, seconded. And if no one wishes to speak for or against, I'll put that to the vote, please. Show your hands. Thank you, that's 7-0. Next item is item 7, deputations, and we have a few here this evening. First of all, I'd like to invite Peter Lane to do your deputation. Pete, if you could please state your name and address, and this is in regards to 11.2.1, the WSL Surf Pro. Thanks, Pete.
Yeah, thanks, Julia. Peter Lane, 502 Carters Road, Margaret River. No, 502 Carters Road, Burnside. At the last surfing contest, I cycled down to the river mouth. I took the back track, and the plan was my son was going to pick me up down there. When I got there, there were 6 cars in the lower car park, 2 in the upper car park, and my son was not allowed to drive down to pick me up. That parking been reserved for goodness knows what, but the public weren't allowed down there. And I would just simply put it to the council that certainly some better arrangement can be made for that probably most popular recreational spot to people of Margaret River. And it was blocked off, and for what reason, I still don't know. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. I also have Shana Kenny from MRBTA. Would you like to come up, state your name and address, please?
Shana Carney, CEO of the Margaret River Bustle and Tourism Association, 555 Adams Road, Boalia. Look, thank you for the opportunity to make this deputation on behalf of the Margaret River Bustle and Tourism Association and the Margaret River Business Network. Together, our organisations represent more than 500 businesses in the local shire. The majority of these are family-run businesses, and these businesses and the people they employ depend on the circa $470 million that visitors bring to this community each year. Our organisations share a vision that tourism can not only sustain our region economically, but also socially, environmentally and culturally. And we actively seek out opportunities to advance these outcomes for our community through tourism. It's important to know that our region has a global reputation, and it's an enviable one. It was built in the relative recent history of the 50s and 60s, and it's built off the back of 2 things, surfing and wine. And we believe that we have a collective duty to protect and grow this reputation for the benefit of this generation and those that come after us. Our region has proudly hosted the Margaret River Pro for more than 40 years. And through the efforts of our community, our business, the Shire, the WSL and the state government, the Margaret River Pro is now one of 10 highly coveted events on the world circuit. The economic benefits of the event are clear, with previous events attracting more than 3,500 visitors and more than $8 million in regional expenditure. This is in addition to the event set-up team of 350 people, which are in region for up to 4 weeks, and the direct spend with local businesses over that period of time. The spend is not confined to tourism and hospitality businesses. It is also with local trades as well as community groups. But the benefits of the event extend far beyond those economic factors when considering the event's impact through media coverage, with close to 3.8 million unique viewers watching over 2.4 million hours of coverage. Coverage of the event includes programming with Underlup Association and local environment groups, providing viewers with a palpable insight into the values of our community, which is critical to building our reputation and attracting shared valued visitors to our region in the future. We understand that these values are lived at the event, with surfers participating in a welcome to country and a strict ban on single-use plastics at the event site. The event also inspires our local youth by providing free opportunities for them to meet their surfing heroes and pathways for local talent to launch their careers. Many local prodigies now feature on the World Tour, which has no doubt been aided by witnessing the competition in their own hometown. On behalf of MRBTA and the Margaret River Business Network and the businesses we represent, we urge the Shire to grant the 5-year licence and continue to work closely with our organisations, other community organisations and the WSL to leverage the success of the event for our community and further enhance our global reputation. Thank you.
Thank you, Shana. Does anyone have any questions, actually, or? No? Okay, we have another deputation. Jean Hardy, or is Jean here? Yep, thank you. And this is also in regards to 11.2.1. Name and address, please, Jean. Thank you.
My name's Jean Hardy and I live at 2 Chudich Place in Narrabri. Really briefly on me, I was born here in Margaret River in 1976 and attended the kindy and all the way to year 10. I now own and operate a number of award-winning tourism businesses, which basically showcase the natural area and the beautiful wonders of Margaret River, employing over 50 local people. Simply, I owe my existence to the surf events here at Margaret River, Surfers Point. My dad drove across from Tasmania in a VW in 1969 for the first ever surf event at Surfers Point. And it was the 1969 Australian National Surfing Championships. He fell in love with the area, the waves, and quite simply, he never went home. Not long after that, he met a WA girl, and here I am. I've personally been part of the Margaret River surf scene since the very first Margaret River Thriller event, and it's been one of my most memorable highlights every year when the pro comes to town. From surfing with the American pros at the box, to raging at the concert with all my teenage mates, and later watching the finals and cheering the winners. It's been an incredible thing to spectate and experience. Now I get to see a younger generation enjoy what I did. But thanks to WSL, they get even more. From the Cow Bay board rider grommets caddying the pros up the stairs to their boards, to the Girls Rising Tide event. The platform for local kids, involvement and progression is just mind-blowing. And I've been lucky enough to experience it firsthand. You see, my daughter Willow, she went in the Rising Tides in 2020 when the little girls get to surf with the pros. The next year, in 2021, age 14, she won the Margaret River Pro Trials. She got to surf against 2 world champions, Carissa Moore and Stephanie Gilmore. Literally thousands of spectators arrived at the point to watch Willow compete, and she received letters and emails and instas from young girls all around our country, how they were motivated to take up surfing afterwards. After her appearance in the pro, Willow went on and was more driven than ever to chase her dreams. Her performance led to a professional contract with the main sponsor Rip Curl, and she started competing on the World Qualifying Series. She was chosen to represent Australia at the ISA World Junior Championships in El Salvador in 2022 and came 9th in the world. Just last week, Willow competed in Victoria at the Australian National Junior titles at Phillip Island, where she became the first under-18 women's champion from the Margaret River region. And she now is going on to represent Australia at the ISA World Games in 2024. It's undeniable that the Margaret River Pro has given me, my family, and so many of my friends some of the absolute highlights of our lives. It's provided a springboard for whole generations of young Margaret River surfers to try to be their best and achieve their highest goals. I believe Surfing WA and the WSL do a phenomenal job in running this event. I know firsthand from speaking to so many locals that the vast majority of the surfing community love the pro, as I do, and look forward to it every year. And of course, the benefits go so much further, providing incredible marketing and brand awareness raising opportunities for all the local and many statewide businesses. These benefits spreading far beyond the local surf communities. We're so incredibly fortunate to have a world-class surfing event on our doorstep like this, and I highly recommend that it is supported in every way possible by our local council. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Also on item 11.2.1, there's another deputation. Stephen McGough. Thank you. If you could state your name and address.
Stephen McGough, based on the Gold Coast. Good evening, my name's Stephen McGough. I'm the event director for the World Surf League. I actually grew up here in Western Australia and been working on this project since 2019. Firstly, I'd just like to thank the President and the councillors for the opportunity to present today. The Margaret River Pro, as the others have mentioned, started in 1985. Next year is due to be its 40th year anniversary. It's only one of 10 championship tour events in the world. It has a major economic benefit to the Shire, the South West, as well as the state of Western Australia. It's broadcast to millions of viewers worldwide, showcasing the Margaret River region. WSL is aware of the many positive community benefits of the event brings to the region, but we're also aware of the impacts that are created. The Community Consult program was a great opportunity for us to listen and address some of those concerns, and we're confident we will continue to work in good faith to minimise those impacts whilst maximising those benefits. Our application is very similar to the previous licence. The footprint to Surface Point and the 31 days of operational use that we request to set up and run the event. Of the 31 days, 13 days are used for the setup, 11 days are used for the competition window. Of that, there's only 4 to 6 days approximately that we use for surfing and 7 days to pack up the event. Of that 31 days, the grassed area, the toilets, the showers, accessible parking, it's available for the duration of the 31 days. Surfing Southside is accessible for the full 31 days. Margaret River Main Break is only impacted for the day of the trials and those 4 to 6 days of competition. Access to the river mouth is open for the duration via foot and unfortunately is impacted for those 4 to 6 days of competition where we use it for dedicated parking for the event. In addition, again, we request access to the box as a mobile location. Please note, it was only used once in the last 5 years. Very minimal infrastructure over the box with the majority of the site staying at Surface Point. We also request access to North Point as an extreme backup mobile location for 2 days only in the event we can't finish the event at Surface Point due to weather conditions. Please note, spectators will be encouraged to watch online or down at Surface Point. Additional traffic management will be implemented to ensure access is managed in and out of Gracetown for the local residents, and there will be a total of 6 days of impact, 2 days to set up, 2 days event and 2 days to pack up. Key stakeholders will be consulted 48 hours before any move to North Point to ensure it's all good to go there in the event that we need North Point to finish the event. Some of the community and environmental initiatives of the event include, we're still engaging Surfing Western Australia as our event management service provider. We're working really closely with the local business and tourism association to try and spread our reach further into town. We've already held an expression of interest to try and engage more local suppliers in the event. We're revisiting the costs for local food trucks, especially permit holders of the Shire, to give them a discounted rate. We provide a great platform for local talent with the trials event, 1 male and 1 female get into the main event, the Rising Tides female initiative, as well as the Board Caddies program. We've got a great relationship at Underlup Association. Uncle Wayne and Zach are great supporters of the event. We work really closely with the football club and the netball club who help us with all our traffic management. We provide site visits on site for local school groups, kids with disabilities, and we also, one of our partners, Healthway, provided mental health workshops for all of the local board clubs in the state last year, which is something we're looking to continue. We also provide an opportunity for the Shire to host events on our event site. Environmentally, for those that aren't aware, we're a carbon neutral organisation, really focusing on reducing our emissions, and that consists of focusing on our waste, reducing, reusing and recycling where we can, transportation, reducing how many people are travelling to the event, engaging as many local suppliers and staff as we can, carpooling, we've got the free shuttle buses from spectators from McLeod's, and also organising a dedicated bicycle parking spot on site. In terms of energy usage, we try and tap into the grid power where we can to reduce our need for diesel generators. We've implemented solar light towers on site to really focus on that environmental concept. In addition, we've worked really closely with the local environmental groups and had a donation to a restoration project over the recent years, and also provide them an opportunity to have events on our event site, which we'll continue to do in the next 5 years if this is approved. In conclusion, our event application is as per the previous licence, same footprint at Surface Point, 31 days of operational use, request to use the box as a mobile location, request to use North Point as a extreme backup location for 2 days of competition only. WSL is aware of the many positive community benefits the event brings, but we're also aware of the impacts and will continue to work in good faith to minimise those impacts and maximise those benefits. We hope the councillors and the Shire President and the local community support our application and embrace this major sporting event into the future and celebrate its 40th year in 2024. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Steve. Maybe just stay there for a minute, please. Councillors, are there any questions that you wish to ask the proponent in regards to this application? Good timing, Stephen.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no questions, we'll move on to the next deputation, which is on item 11.2.3, the Gracetown Shared Path. Do I have Declan McGill here for that deputation? Okay, if you want to make your way up, Richard, please, and state your name and address before you commence. Thank you.
Just one thing, President. Have you got me down to do a deputation? Because we were invited to, and I understood we accepted, but I don't think you have.
I didn't, but I have the discretion to allow you to do a deputation. So
it's on the same issue.
Is it on the same issue?
Yep.
So you're going to put the two together?
Put them together.
Sure thing.
Okay.
Go for it.
What I'll first do is address Declan's issue because it's a little bit different to what I was going to say. Declan is the president of the Parkwater community group, and they obviously have a real interest in a dual-use pathway to Gracetown, but he wanted that to be widened to take into account the other entire cycle path strategy around Quarramup. He says the point he'd like to make is that without the actual linkages in the town centre, the bike linkages in the town centre, the bike path, the connection to the bay won't actually have the same impact, because unless people can get to the town centre and then get to their homes, that's a problem. He stated that in a previous letter, he didn't believe that adequate community consultation was initially done to gauge public interest in this pathway in the initial Lewin Naturalist 2050 cycling strategy. There are only 6 responses apparently mentioning that linkage. He'd asked that for future consultation they go back through the groups, and based on conversations we had today, I'm sure that will happen, and I'll pass that on to Declan. But he did make the point that in a single post they did on the Quarramup community notice board on Facebook, they had 100 comments, 30 shares of the post and 283 likes. So the point he's making is there's a huge amount of interest. He's also saying he's requesting that the secondary routes stated in section 3.5 of the Lewin 2050 cycling strategy within the Quarramup town site are included in the feasibility study, which you people are considering later today. So he's saying the secondary route planning should be done in coordination with the Quarramup traffic study, which I think David Nicholson, Manager Asset Services, confirmed in a meeting with the community last Thursday, the 7th of December, will be completed this financial year, so that a cohesive and integrated plan is put into place that considers the increased usage of bikes in the region. And he then asks, given the increase in e-bikes, can there be proper parking because they are more valuable than your old rattle traps like I own. So that was the point he wanted to make. And we're working with that community in terms of the dual-use pathway. I really just wanted to make 3 points now on behalf of the Gracetown Quarramup Bay community. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the work the Shire has done on the first feasibility study and the stance that you're taking in the recommendations today to do a further review of that first one and take it to the next step. And then in 24-25, look at the stage from Caves Road up to Quarramup. And I think they're both good. It is a very difficult project. Nobody is pretending that it's not. I did ask earlier I don't believe that a project of that size will be paid for by the Shire. I don't think it should be paid for by the Shire. It's a state project. It's of value to the state. And I'll just diversify from here for a bit, and I'm glad that that Shana Kearney's here. In 2022, cycling tourism was worth $116 billion annually. That's forecast to grow at 9.1% per annum to 2030, which means in 2030, cycling tourism will be worth $221 billion globally. That brings it into the scope of being a very, very major tourism driver, and also in terms of what it does for the Shire, it's a sustainable way of growing tourism. We don't have lots of cars. Everybody doesn't have to be in a car to get to the beach or to get around towns. And I think that fits well with the Shire's own policies on that. So it's really important to remember that cycling is tourism. I think you heard from Laura from the caravan park at the last meeting talking about how 30% of their visitors arrive with bikes on the back of their cars and say, where do we ride our bikes? And she says the kids can ride around the car park in the caravan park, but nowhere else. So I guess I'm throwing those tourism figures on the table because it is what drives this region. I've always thought a bike path between all the wineries would be interesting, maybe dangerous, but interesting. And so that I think the thinking about expenditure on dual-use paths must go beyond just getting people to the beach or getting them back to the town. It is about all the visitors, and it is about the communities as well. Getting just back onto the grants, I noticed is in 23-24, the Augusta Margaret River Shire got $177,500 from the Regional Bicycle Network Grant Scheme, and in the next financial year you've already been awarded, so 24-25, $420,000 in that area. I guess my question would be, I was a bit disappointed to see that there wasn't anything with the Gracetown to Quarramup dual-use path in there. I don't know whether there'll be more grants coming, but I really think it doesn't have to rely on a program. It can be looked at elsewhere. And as I said earlier, with the changes in the political fortunes, we believe, and we don't believe the Shire should be paying for that path, but we believe the Shire should be working with all the communities to seek the funds elsewhere to do it. And so, once again, I'd like to finish by saying thanks very much for taking the next step on the feasibility study that you started. That's great to see, and we'll commit to work with you on taking that forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. Okay, councillors, next item on the agenda is 8, and that's petitions. I don't believe we have any tonight. Item 9 is announcements from presiding member. I guess just briefly, it's our last council meeting for 2023. So, yeah, here's to a happy, safe festive season. I'm sure you'll all have a well-deserved break and stay safe and, yeah, enjoy the time with family and friends. Additionally, we, just for the community, we have our Christmas fiesta in the festival precinct this Thursday evening. I encourage you to come along and, yeah, have a great festive season. Item 10 is questions from members, of which due notice has been given. I do not believe there are any. And we'll now move on to item 11, reports of committees and officer reports. The first item is 11.1.1, which is the minutes of the Audit and Risk Management Committee from the 22nd of November 2023. Councillors, are there any questions in regards to this item? Councillor Keno?
Sorry, just a trivial note, the spelling of my name, sorry, it's dropped a H, not in here, but in the minutes of the Audit and Risk Committee meeting where we've voted for and against, it's just dropped a H, that's all.
Thanks, Councillor Kenno. We'll fix that one up. Are there any other questions in regards to this item? No? I have a councillor to move the motion that we have in front of us, which is receiving the unconfirmed minutes and noting the Officer of Auditor General's report, the staff exit controls for government trading enterprises. Do I have a councillor to move that motion, please? Councillor Earl, and seconded by Councillor Kenno. Councillor Earl, do you wish to speak? Councillor Kenno? If there's no one to speak against, let's put that to the vote, please. All those in favour? That's 7-0 carried unanimously. Next item on the agenda is 11.1.2, and that is the Margaret River Youth Precinct Cafe lease. Councillors, are there any questions in regards to this item? Nope. Okay. Councillor Boland?
I did ask something earlier of the CEO about whether there needed to be something else included, but maybe we don't need to. I don't know whether the CEO had a response on that from our officers.
Through the chair, that situation is similar to what I explained earlier, in that the standard lease terms cover the assignment and sublease for the tenant. So it's within the standard terms of the lease, and would probably be safe not to include it in the decision that the council makes.
So I'm happy with that, and yes, there doesn't seem to be the need to do that, so that's fine. Do you want me to move the...
Sure. Would you like to move it? Yes, Councillor Boland moving it and Councillor Binks seconding. Would you like to speak to this item?
No, I think we've got a comprehensive recommendation there in front of us, which covers the aspects that need to, and it seems to be a good outcome for the community.
Great. Yes. Councillor Binks?
I will. Yeah, listen, I'm absolutely stoked at how well Georgia Webb has done with the site up there. I think they've really added tremendous value to the youth precinct there, and also the people who sublease from them, and have just won an award recently for their... I shouldn't tell too many people about this, actually. For their, what do they call it? Dal Daddy, the curry. And it's just brought a real focus to this precinct. So, I'm all in favour of this. I think they've done really well. Congratulations to them.
Great, thank you. Unless there's anyone who wishes to speak against this item, we'll put it to the vote, please, councillors. All those in favour? 7-0. Okay, next item is 11.2.1, public event WSL Surf Pro, Surfers Point in the Box in Preveley and North Point, Gracetown. We have two councillors exiting the room for financial interest declaration, so we'll just wait for them to leave the room. Firstly, councillors, we've noted the addendum in condition 3 that has been amended. Are we all clear on that one? Yep. So we'll now, is there anyone who would like to ask any questions of the staff in regards to this item? Nope. Okay. Do I have a councillor to move this motion, please? Councillor Kenno, and a seconder. Councillor Boland. Councillor Kenno.
Yeah, I lost my notes a little while ago, but we've got them all back. It's all good. Margaret River was built on, continues to thrive on surfing and wine. Understanding this event's significance is key, especially for anyone who's new to the area or those unaware of our deep connection with boards, waves and grapes. This event's been hosted in Margaret River in various forms over the past 39 years, and it stands as a pinnacle for our region's industry founders. It's one of only 10 World Championship Tour events in 2024. It holds the highest profile as an annual international major event in WA. There have been 4.78 million live videos globally and 2.46 million total hours watched by fans worldwide. It's generated 7.3 thousand press mentions in global and local media. Has 33 community engagement initiatives have been delivered, offering substantial benefits to our community. In light of all of this, the positive financial impact on our region during the event and over time is almost unmeasurable. With such a massive media coverage, this event has a long-lasting effect on our region's visitation. While the event shares our coastline temporarily, it gives back extensively to our community, surpassing many other regional events. I think some of the important aspects of the proposal is that in 2024 it aligns with the Healthway mental health initiative, and we all know that this is one of the biggest issues facing our community, and particularly for high school students. And being able to address it through events like the Surfing Pro is yet another tool to help tackle the rising problem. The World Surfing League will host a Count Me In morning, promoting inclusive participation for disabled individuals and families, alongside collaborative events with the Margaret River District High School and YAC. It served as the largest annual fundraising event for our local football and netball clubs for over 35 years, involving 100+ volunteers who work closely with authorities to mitigate the impact on our locals for parking and vehicle movements. Apart from being an internationally recognised competition, it has provided opportunities for local young surfers, as we heard tonight, propelling them towards successful careers. And additionally, ranked surfers inspire and engage with the crowds. Over the years, the World Surfing League and Surfing WA have supported local environmental initiatives and hosted workshops on climate change and coastal preservation. Not to be underestimated is the boost for local businesses, and as we head into the quieter winter months, the Pro is always and will always have a flow-on effect of income into the community due to the increase of tourist numbers over the period, which is integral for many small businesses. Like many, I am disappointed that of the timing. It's a difficult time of the year for all of us because we have Easter and a lot going on. However, I also understand that this is the best window for surf conditions, and I hope the organisers will minimise disruption and continue to be mindful of those that reside here all year round. In conclusion, the Margaret River Pro isn't just an event, it's a part of who we are, a wonderful stage for our up-and-coming surfers, a celebration of our unique culture and environment, and creates an opportunity for our community to thrive. Let us continue to support this relationship, recognising the positive benefits it brings to our doorstep, and be proud to share our beautiful region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Boland?
Yes, Councillor Keno has stolen my thunder and put things very beautifully there. Thank you. I was just going to acknowledge that there is some community opposition to the event, mainly the lack of access to the site and the inconvenience to usual routines, but we have to balance competing interests here, and I think it's quite clear that there is an overall community benefit to this event being held here, and we've heard about the economic benefits, tourism, the media coverage, the standing of our community, and the opportunities for our young surfers. And congratulations to Willow Hardy and all she's achieving in elite surfing. So I think we've come up with a very comprehensive recommendation which covers all the aspects that really need to be covered. Because it is a big event, there's a lot going on, and I think our staff have done a really good job also putting together an extensive recommendation which covers all the aspects. So I think we have a recommendation here that recognises that the community, some members of the community have had some reservations about it, and I think they need to know that we did see all those. We saw all the submissions. There were a number of submissions not in favour, some in favour, some indifferent, just making comment about it. I think we had a good response. So we have heard the community on this, and we have listened, and we've come up, I think, with a very good recommendation for this event to come to our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other councillors who wish to speak for this item? Councillor Binks?
Thanks, President. Listen, I think when you weigh up the benefit that this brings to the community against the little bit of inconvenience that there is for it, I think it's a clear, easy decision for me to make. At least, I live in the same street as what have we got? We've had some McCarthy's, we've had Macaulay's, and we've had some great conversations. And I remember back to when their families discovered that the girls had made it through, how excited they were and how it brought our little street together. So I think for the community as a whole, this is a really good thing. And I thank the organisers for the value that you've brought to us, and I'm keen to see what value we can bring to you. As well, thanks to the staff, because doing this dance between the community and events can be a tricky dance at times. But I'm very happy with the conversations that we've had about some of the issues that there have been in the past and some of the assurances that we've been given as far as access is concerned, the potential for impact on North Point. In Gracetown, we've talked through that, we've identified all these things, and as Councillor Boland mentioned, we've really listened and tried to apply what we can. So, yeah, well and truly in favour of this, President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Binks. Anyone else wish to speak? No. So, councillors, I'll conclude, and I will note that, clearly this is, for some members of our community, a contentious event, but clearly the economic and wider benefits that it brings to our shire are clear, and to our town. Our community is clearly passionate about their waves and their community and their community businesses. And I'm really pleased to see that the WSL has worked with the staff to address those issues, which were raised right at the beginning of the process in this new application. It is important for us, to have that I can't even get it out. The priority for local businesses, to be supported, and community groups, and the environmental conservation efforts around this event are critical to its success. I'm pleased to see that the access around the event has been improved, which is great, a great outcome from the community. It's unfortunate the timing, but it is what it is, and I understand the reasoning, behind that. So to that end, I support this motion, and I look forward to working with the WSL and welcoming them into our community, and understanding our community expectations, and looking forward to positive communications also leading up to the event. So the community is really clear about what's happening, when, and how it's going to fold out, and that will be lead to a successful event now and into the next 5 years. So I support this motion. Councillors, let's put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's 5-0. That's carried. Thank you. See you, folks. If you wish to depart, go ahead.
Thank you.
All right, councillors, the next item on the agenda is 11.2.2. This is for civil haulage services. Do we have any questions in regards to this item? Any councillors? No? Okay, I'll have a councillor please to move this motion in front of us. Councillor Keno, and seconded Councillor Binks. Councillor Keno? Councillor Binks? Oh. If no one wishes to speak against, we'll put that to the vote, please. All those in favour? That's 7-0. Thank you. The next item is 11.2.3. That's the Gracetown Shared Path Feasibility Study. Are there any questions in regards to this item? Could I have a councillor to move this item, please? Councillor Binks, and seconded by Councillor Muir. Councillor Binks.
Yeah, just very quickly, I'm very pleased to see the outcome of this initial stage and understand there's a process involved. I think there's a lot of support for it in the community. So, yeah, keen to see this progress. Yeah, thanks, councillors.
Councillor Muir?
No, thank you. I just concur with Councillor Binks. I do hope that we can secure funding from state government, federal, and try and ensure that we can push this forward. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, if there's no one that wishes to speak against this motion, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? 7-0, carried unanimously. Next item is 11.2.4, the proposed change of purpose reserve 39622 Brotherton Place, Margaret River. Councillors, are there any questions in regards to this item? No? Do I have a councillor to move this, please? Councillor Earl and a seconder. Councillor Muir. Councillor Earl?
Yeah, thank you. I support the recommendation. Land is being used as an offset. Nothing changes with the land, just who it's vested to, I guess. And but it allows us to do some work on Warner Glen Road. So, well done.
And Councillor Muir? No. If there's no one to speak against this item, we'll put it to the vote, please. All those in favour? 7-0. Thank you. Next item is 11.2.5, and that's the Local Emergency Management Committee meeting held on the 14th of November 2023. We have a motion there with 3 points. Are there any questions in regards to this? Councillor to move this motion, please. Councillor Binks and a seconder. Councillor Earl. Councillor Binks?
I moved as written, thanks.
If there's no one against that, I will put that to the vote, please. Councillors, show of hands in support. That's 7-0. Thank you. Item 11.2.6, the Bushfire Advisory Committee meeting held on the 15th of November 2023. Are there any questions in regards to this item? No. I have a councillor to move it, please. Councillor Earl and Councillor Keno. Comments?
Yes, thanks. And just before I start, I'd like to declare an impartiality interest in this item, as I'm a member of the Coramut Bushfire Brigade. As a matter of fact, I'm the president of the Coramut Bushfire Brigade and a fire control officer as well. So, but I can set that aside to make my decisions as required. Look, I'd just like to congratulate Dave Holland and Tim Garston. Dave's back as the chief again and Tim's as the deputy. Very well done. I've actually been out to a couple of fires already this season. I have to say I think we're very well organised and ready to go in what may well be a trying season, but hopefully it might rain tomorrow and not stop until March or April, and that'd be very handy for us, but I don't see that happening. I think our brigades across the area are well organised, well and ready to go. Between DFS and Parks and the rest, they've got stacks of trucks available if we need them. The air fleet's all up and running and ready to go. You find, I think there's a pretty big water bomber sitting on the strip at Bustleton if we need it. So, and that's contrary to some stuff that we hear out there in the community by certain people who think we're not ready to go, we're not prepared, and we're not trying to put them out when they're little fires. That's when we want to get them. And I had heard in the community there was a little bit of concern perhaps about the fire breaks around Coramut. Well, I reckon they're terrific. On a really bad day, they won't be good enough. On 99% of the time, they'll be fantastic and they'll do the job. And they'll keep all of the, they'll keep the firefighters safe and it'll keep the town safe. But yeah, some places along the coast now have got some significant issues around them, and so people need to look after themselves, be prepared to do their own mitigation, and if they see a bit of smoke, chuck a bit of water on it before it gets bigger than your foot, because it'll get away. So other than that, yeah, well done to everybody, and hopefully we're not out too much. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Councillor Keno? If there's no one to speak against this item, I'll put it to the vote, please. If you could show your hands for support. 7-0, thank you. Next item on the agenda is 11.3.1, the annual report 2022 to 23. We have a motion here to adopt the annual report and to hold the annual electors meeting on the 24th of January 24 in the chambers here. Are there any questions in regards to this item, councillors? Councillor to move it, please. Councillor Muir. And a seconder, Councillor Earl. Councillor Muir, would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, I'd just like to say thanks to the staff in the Shire for their hard work, and it's been great to see the success of the heart management model that really has worked well for our community. And I guess I'd like to also say thanks to the Landcare team, because I think they've done an exceptional job this year, really put in a lot of plantings, a lot of maintenance, and taken over the Friends of Reserves, and I think that's worked well. So thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Earl?
Yeah, look, thanks you very much for the opportunity. Look, and congratulations to the staff and everybody involved. I think when you look back across what we've done over the past 12 months, or the previous 12 months, it's generally been very good. And so congratulations to the team up there that are out there supporting our community.
Thank you. If there's anyone else who wishes to speak for or against this item? No, then we'll put it to the vote, please, councillors. All those in favour? 7-0, passed unanimously. Thank you. Next item is the 11.3.2, the financial activity statement for October 2023. Are there any questions in regards to this item? No, then I'll have a councillor to move it, please. Councillor Binks and Councillor Boland seconding. Would you like to speak, Councillor Binks?
No, I'll move it as written, thank you.
Councillor Boland? If there's no one else who wishes to speak for or against, we'll put that to the vote, please. All those in favour? 7-0. Thank you. Next item is 11.3.3, which is the auditor's report for 2023-24. Are there any questions in regards to this item from anyone? Kylie, yes. Councillor Keno.
Sorry, just a question, why the members on the Audit and Risk Committee did not get to meet with the auditors. We normally get to listen to what they say.
Yeah, go ahead, Mel. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair. I guess it changes a little bit each year dependent on the timing of when the auditors are available to meet. To discharge with the requirements under the Local Government Act, they just need to meet with a representative of the Audit and Risk Committee. But this year the timing didn't allow for the auditors to meet with the whole committee.
So I was in intent.
I just find it very helpful for us. Yeah, it's a good thing to sit in on if we can do it into the future, that's all. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you. So do I have a councillor to move this motion, please? Councillor Keno and then Councillor Jones, seconding. Would you like to speak to this, Councillor Keno? No. Councillor Jones? No. Okay, if there's no one else to speak for or against, let's put that to the vote, councillors. All those in favour? 7-0. Thank you. The next item is 11.3.4, which is a list of payments for November 2023. Do we have any questions in regards to this item? Councillor to move it, please. Councillor Jones and Councillor Binks to second. Councillor Jones, do you wish to speak to that? Councillor Binks? No. If there's no one else who wishes to speak for or against, let's put it to the vote, please. All those in favour? 7-0. Thank you. 11.3.5 is the contribution to the Lord Mayor's Distress Relief Fund for the Wanneroo fires. We have a motion here to approve a donation of $5,000 to the Lord Mayor's Distress Relief Fund in relation to the Maringinup bushfires appeal. Are there any questions in regards to this? I did note in the report at the introduction there was a suggestion of a $3,000 donation. I'm wondering if that was a administrative error. Either way, it's if council. Pardon? Yeah, if council's happy with $5,000. Okay. Any questions? Councillor to move. Councillor Earl, a seconder. Councillor Muir. Councillor Earl.
Look, thanks very much. Each time these disasters come up around the state, I'm sort of jump on the front foot and try and make sure we can donate some money towards it. Because if you remember back, excuse me, if you remember 2011, the amount of support that we as a Shire got during that time from other groups, because the same stuff went on here as is going up in Wanneroo and in other places, in Esperance and other places that we've donated into. So I think from our point of view, for us to put $5,000 in, it's just a show of faith, that we're there to support them as best we can. And the Lord Mayor's Distress Appeal Fund is a terrific way to get the funds sorted out. So, yeah, look, I'm very much supportive of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Councillor Muir? No, I disagree. Yep. Okay. If there's no one else to speak for or against, we'll put that to the vote, please. All those in favour? 7-0. Thank you. Item 12 is motions from members of which previous notice has been given, and there is none. Item 13 is motions for consideration at next meeting, and I believe we have one from Councillor Binks.
Thanks, Shire President. Members, I intend to move a motion at the next council meeting that will read: Council requests the CEO to progress infrastructure planning and prioritisation at Gracetown, including the formation of a community reference group to guide the process, and a subsequent report to Council to inform further implementation of priorities that arise from this process. Did you get that, Claire? No?
Almost.
Thank you.
Sorry, could you just read that once more?
That
We'll
again?
just ensure we
Sure.
minute it correctly. Thank you.
Right. The motion will read: Council requests the CEO to progress infrastructure planning and prioritisation at Gracetown, including the formation of a community reference group to guide the process, and a subsequent report to Council to inform further implementation of priorities that arise from this process. Thanks, Claire.
Great, thank you. Item 14 is new business of an urgent nature. 14.1 is members, that there is none, and 14.2 CEO, there is none. We do have an item for item 15, confidential business. 15.1 is a temporary CEO for substantive vacancy. I need a procedural motion, please, councillors, to go behind closed doors. Councillor Earl and Councillor Binks seconding that. Thank you. And I just have to ask everyone else to leave the room in the gallery there. Thank you. While we deal with this item. All right, councillors, so now that we're all closed, we have...